Greetings, friends. It is Monday. I hate this. This is not it. I'm trying out different like positions of the camera and stuff, but this one is like way too close to my face and I think way too low down. That's worse. It's December 30th. It's the Shara versus Arman situation. It's just started. I think they've had like 2 or 3 fights. So they're doing bare knuckle, and then it'll be the last, the main bout is gonna be Shara versus Arman, and I'm just watching that, but also the press conference from the other day, and like great points on everybody's sides, but just like unhinged. I mean, it's hinged. No, it's very hinged. Everybody's like bringing up really good points, but I don't even know how to put this, like, I love everybody that's involved, and they're all doing a really great job. I'm probably gonna turn this off in a few seconds and, like, finish getting ready. But I just wanted to check in and be like, I'm here, I swear I'm here. But it's, like, it's interesting having watched UFC, and, like, UFC's gone through, like, their whole entire thing, because Russia's right now having this issue, or I guess, like, Eurasia is having this issue with, like, pop MMA, right? Where it's really hard to kind of draw, and in America we draw that line with you know, like pro wrestling and WWE, where, you know, I love you, Ryan, it's still like a state, like it's more of a performance and like a theater almost, like it still includes like a lot of athleticism, and they are actually, you know, fighting, and like they do learn how to, you know, wrestle and do all that stuff, the same way that like Cirque du Soleil is like athleticism, right? But they're still doing a theater. So in America, or North America, they have that separation, right, between like WWE and like UFC, which is like an actual like sports thing that, like, you know, they're trying to figure out who the like top fighter dude is, you know, like any other sport. But in Russia, because, and it's not, I mean, and I'm just talking from like the Russian kind of like Eurasian, because of the, you know, USSR and how they all were connected, but they all still are because of culture and all this shit. Families, it's complicated. Where was I? Oh my god. They're still like going through that socially, right? And so it's much harder because there's no like unified WWE and then unified like UFC space, like this concept of like fighting for you know, like entertainment or theater, or like to make some kind of like socio-political whatever statement, literary, like whatever statements you're making that's social, versus like the actual competition. And the issue is that like fighters like Shara, who are coming from we've gotten into a whole gap here, so here we go. Fighters that are coming from like environment, like lower socioeconomic environments, and this is not just like, you know, Russia, it happens in every sport in every country. I need to adjust the thing, the statement. This is not Flyers versus Blackhawks, although we will be watching the Flyers later today. You know, so it's like you can choose to go whichever direction, whether you go entertainment or actual genuine sports competition. But you kind of need to know which one, because like some people are going to be better actors and better like entertainers and performers, and then some people are going to be better fighters, and like some, you know, then you're going to have like a bit of both. These fights are insane. Anyways, and it's important to know, it's also just like important to know what the sport you're watching, is this into entertainment value, like, and are we filling these seats for entertainment value, or are we filling these seats for, you know, actual competition? And like very important for categorization, because like, you know, the athletic commissions are not going to look at it the same way that like a performance is, right? If you're doing a performance, then like the safety regulations are like completely different. Like if you're going to do a performance but you're not actually ever going to hit anybody in the head, and that's like a rule, is that you never hit them in the head, then like the regulations are very different, and you need to have these regulations, because like in order to do this we have to still have safety, and like we need to be able to take care of our fighters and take care of our, like, you know, actors and shit like that, or performers, entertainers, whatever you want to call them. stunt actors are still very athletic, like they still do a lot of sports and stuff. So anyways, but they're still going through this experience, right, in Russia, where they're like still talking about it's called pop MMA is what they're calling it, versus like actual MMA, and it's like a really high burden of proof because the government's basically just being like, well, you guys have to like show us that you're not just, because there's a lot of like money laundering involved in like performance sports and like the betting thing, because a lot of people bet, and then like there's like a word for it where you like fuck with the you screw with the like the betting and stuff, because you will like pay one of the fighters to like win or lose, and then you get the whole entire betting pool, whatever, you know, fraud or crime, that's the word. Don't do crime, boys. Just don't do crime. Just don't do crime. Just go and either fight or act, nobody gives a shit which one you do, or rap, you know, in the cases of certain certain fighty stars. Anyways, just follow your dreams and like pursue your talents and like figure out what they are. That's really difficult, especially if you're coming from like a low socioeconomic environment, but you know, you're all worth it, and you can all do it and figure it out, and we're all just like very, you know, everybody has a talent and a goal, so just pursue that. Don't let anybody tell you different. I was gonna be like, punch them in the face if they do. Don't do that. Do not do that. But you know, whatever. Don't do crime. Don't do crime. So anyway, so they're still figuring that out in the sports thing, but also it's just really cute because like they have like fighters coming in and they're like, you know, doing their first commentary or like doing whatever, and it's like seeing fighters also try to, you know, fill in these more like administrative roles, and especially in places like Eurasia, because it's not just Russia. Russia's like a bigger country, but like smaller countries like Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, right, like Mongolia, seeing these places kind of like come out with their own iterations of UFCs and whatever, and you know, all of the streaming and stuff that goes into it, it's all very like difficult to like set all this shit up, right? So it's interesting to see them kind of grow, but there's also a lot of like social evolution that kind of happens with it, and so they're like doing the professional stuff, but then they'll come into these like testosterone filled, like, you know, that's how it like you kind of interact in the gym or in the ring or whatever. You're like, as a woman watching it, I'm just like, oh boys. So both entertainment values, that's what we're here to watch. I'm so sorry that we started this off with like a massive rant, but you guys can see that I'm excited, so that's really cool. This is really cool. I'm also excited about it. Anyway, so that's what we're here to do. It's December 30th, 2025. We are one day away from 2 days away from being 2026. Or just like done with this year. This is a really long year. You guys are gonna get a lot of yapping today probably, because I'm on like a holidays vibe. Anyways, before we get to Shara and Arman, because I looked it up yesterday, I was like, bet it's gonna be 5 hours of bare knuckles and then just the Shara Arman fight, which is exactly what it was gonna be, because I was like, I swear to God, if I turn this on, and they were like, it's gonna start at like 4 or 5 p.m. in Yerevan, which is like 5 p.m. Yerevan, and then 4 p.m. Moscow, which would make it, I think it was like 8 or 9 a.m. Toronto time. Logged in, it was not on, so it's on now at like 11, which is great. They've got boys fighting, but it's basically bare knuckles, and I think we're on the prelims. I haven't actually quite figured out where we are, but I think we're in the first like 2-3 bouts of the beginning. I just wanted to log in and say hi. I'm going to probably take a break, finish like setting up and all this other stuff. I think I have most of the stuff. I think there's nothing like spectacularly weird in my whatever. I'm gonna be making I'm crocheting this. I'm very excited about it. It's just the ends of my of all my yarn and stuff, but it turned out really cool because it looks like a big old eyeball, and so I thought that was really neat. So we're gonna be doing that, and then maybe we'll play some WoW. Maybe. This is just like a new character because I'm trying to go through all of the different things. But yeah, that's the goal for right now, and then potentially tonight I'll come back with Flyers versus Canucks. I hate that this is pointing so up. It's bothering me, but there's not really anywhere to put it as of currently. I don't know. Maybe I'll move it back where it was. Maybe I'll do that. So I love you guys. we're gonna go on to the BRB screen. Or actually, maybe not. Maybe we'll just like leave it here. I need like a sign that says like "Be right back." I'll be right back. That best have been recorded. Yeah, okay. My mic was on. I'm glad. And you guys can't hear all that, which is wonderful. Anyways, that was that. You can't hear this either. Still. Hold on. Hold on. GG. Okay, cool. All right. Anybody that's in the chat, hello. What am I doing? See, as soon as you turn on any kind of sound, I can't do it. Okay, we're gonna turn this off. I'm gonna reposition this situation, and then we will be ready. But yeah, I turned it on and I was like, I'm not gonna have many things to say. I have so many things to say. Ah! So many things. So many things. It's because the commentary is insane. Like, I love them so much. They're trying so hard. I'm also really proud of them. I think I took a photo of it. It was like, there was like 500 people waiting. Although they expected it to be like, I'm like, I can't just make commentary on it and just be like, I'm not criticizing, I'm only criticizing because I love them so much. And I'm not criticizing, I'm like giving my Western opinion of how it feels from here. I should shut up now. But yeah, it's just really cute. And the commentary is top notch. It's very authentic. Really authentic. It's good. I'll be right back. Yes. Or should I turn off the thing? Yeah, we should do that. That's a better idea. Let's do it. Alright, we're back. Greetings, friends. I had to flip my laundry. I'll still have to get up in like an hour and figure it out. This is so much better. It's far away. See? It's far away. It's far away from my face. Where are we at? What is this? Okay, sure. I have nothing productive to say just yet. Oh, right, because it's not on. I was like, what? What is this? Okay. Just being ridiculous. It's being ridiculous. Alright, there we go. So I'm just gonna finish listening to they're on. I should figure out what fight they're on. But good, we figured this out. So this is the camera way that we're gonna deal with. I'm still figuring it out. I'll be figuring it out for years. Somebody told me last time that it tilts towards your face. To that person, thank you for your looning. They sent me a loony donation. It was really cute. I get really excited, especially at this point, because it's like I really appreciate the support and stuff, guys. It's cute. It's cute. Ugh. It's this illness still inside of me. They are on. Oh, I need to do the thing. You guys are just gonna watch me do activity posting right now because there's nothing to do but welcome to my existence for a fishbowl. Fucking Christ, I was trying to figure out what thing they're on. Nastoyashi Spitsnaz. The Kaiv. Yeah, okay, so they're on. This is the third bout of the night they're on. The weird thing is that the first bout they had, the guy's name was Arman ЦАРУКЯN. Oh, because it was supposed to be Arman Atayev versus Isel Bekov, but I think they put Arman ЦАРУКЯN instead of. This is what I mean. If you watch it from the beginning, you get to see the times where they like have technical difficulties, let's call it. And I think it's adorable. I think the fact that they're trying to like sort that out is really nice. Or maybe it's just because like a lot of my uncles are of this Eastern European variety, or just like again Eurasian variety. We're not even Eastern, just Eastern European. We have like family from everywhere. We come from one of those regions of Russia that, you know, is very involved in its surroundings. And you know, it's not just European, because a lot of Russia is like not Europe, right? It's Asia, and so the culture is a lot more than just what Eastern European Moscow might suggest to the Western world that doesn't very much know them. Anyways, so when I see this, it's like watching my uncles, like from different, like distant families, like getting along and like talking to each other, and it's just a lot of like machismo, I guess is the word. Right, we were doing stuff. like this announcer. Also, it's interesting that Hype FC is also sponsored by Steak, I guess, or something, or is that Kick? I don't really know what that whole relationship is. As long as everybody has the best intentions and nobody's trying to take advantage of anyone, that's cool. I don't know anything, so like don't listen to me. I only know some things. I don't know all things. I know very little things in contrast to all the things that could be known, so like I'm not correct. That's why it says on the top of my page, like, do not take everything I say seriously. Sometimes I'm an idiot. Sometimes I'm not, but sometimes I am. Especially on international relations. Maybe take multiple stances. Okay. Ooh, gel pen. Don't crash, Hype. Don't crash. Or Kick, whatever. He's such a fun announcer. Grozno. Anything else? did he do? He kind of looks like Volkanovski. Really? That's insanity. 부지시쇼. I'm almost done, friends. See what I mean? It takes a while to post. Nope. No panic, it's organic. And I have to change that too, don't I? This one. It's just the commentary is so good. It's so like caucus. It's my favorite. This is fun. I thought that I was gonna have a really big problem with bare knuckles, to be honest, but I'm enjoying it. Hold on. We gotta turn this off so we don't Never mind. Freaking posting stuff, it's so annoying. I know it's like easier to post without information, but then you have to post a bunch of stuff. I'm just lazy, honestly. I think it's just because I'm lazy. They're like covered in blood too. It's crazy. Okay. GG. We've done it. What were we talking about? No. I'm also making this hat. Jeez. It would be nice if we didn't have to have any wars and we could just do our stuff like this, you know? I am so for that. I am so for, like, we just settle things inside of, like, you know, the Olympics or, like, sports or just all sports. We just use sports to dick measure, for a better, lack of a better term. And then, like, if the leaders of the country want to do that, they also have to do no, that wouldn't work, because it's just really hard to have, like, a person that can both get hit in the head and, like, be... You can't be everywhere at once. But sometimes I'm just, like, I feel like, you know, you need to participate in the things that you're encouraging people to do. You know. You know. At least in the olden days when we had wars. I mean, war is just never good. But, you know, the generals and the whatever would also be, you know, not necessarily on the fields all the time, but, like, very much involved in, like, bearing the consequences of whatever. Not just, like, taking an imperial whatever. Or, I don't fucking know. They're all bad. I'm not saying anything is better than the other. I think that we all should just strive towards being not assholes and not killing each other. I don't know. Unaliving, excuse me. Alhamdulillah. Bow, bow, bow. Why is this on commercial break forever now? I don't understand. it's stuff like this where I'm like, they have their like feelings out on the thing, and it's like, okay. I don't know what their specific issue was, but like, again, how do I like, how would I explain this to the West? So like, because the West also has this, I'm an anthropologist, I'm an anthropologist, my degree's right there. I did go to school for this, so I'm not just like yapping out of my ass. Because it's like hard to explain. It's not just like Russian, it's like Eurasian context, but also like, you know, when I say, because it's like the Caucasus region, and then there's like, you know, Kazakhs, like the stands and the whatever, and each space has like historically and culturally, like there's a lot of differences. They're all very, very different, but the way that like humans settle around like epicenters of like trade or culture or like some other stuff is like more or less similar in like everywhere. You know, there's like the city, and then there's like the village, and then there's like the bush, and then there's like, you know, the gradient in between. So the village and the city has, the way that I understand it personally, and my belief, has equal value, right? The knowledge that's being cultivated within the cities and the knowledge that's being cultivated within like the village spaces is like what we're gonna call it, just because in language, I say in Russian, but that's just because like I come from like Russia border. it's a whole story. And it's like a bordering country to some of the stands. So I'm being vague just because I want to keep some sort of like privacy for, you know, whatever. But so linguistically we would call it like the city and the village and stuff like that. But there's obviously like a gradient of like towns and yada yada yada. But for the purpose of this, so the value that you have being cultivated in cities is just as important as the value you have being cultivated in villages. Important point. Even though linguistically they might be different, and again, in Russia, in my experience, I keep referring to Russia because that's like my experience in terms of where I was born, but my family is also like from Ukraine, and they're also from the surrounding regions. They say surrounding regions because like there's several, it's not like all just from, you know, like one country. We have a variety of relatives all along that border. A lot of Russia's population is living along that border, but the border spans all the way from like Korea all the way to, you know, Europe. So it's culturally, that's a very like diverse stretch. It's like the freaking stretch of like the Silk Road, like very culturally diverse area. So but anyways, but you have like in most of these spaces you'll have like city epicenters, and then you'll have like rural areas and whatever, bringing equal value but different value, right? Like you have a lot of like concentration of like literature and studies and shit like that in cities, because like logically, like if you're gonna bring a bunch of books to one place, like you're not gonna spread them out everywhere, you're gonna have them all in like a library or whatever. So there's a lot of that because it attracts people that are like interested in, you know, pursuing all that stuff. Whereas in the rural spaces you'll have and again I say village because the word is tsiryevnya in Russian, which is village, along with like sure other whatever languages have, like, you know, each one has. I just don't know. I don't know enough. Like, I don't know what it is in Ukrainian. I wouldn't know like specifically. I can understand Ukrainian pretty well. I can speak like some of it. I'm trying to get better. But it's because like all of our relatives used to like kind of like Russian was the shared language the way that English is in like other places. But yeah, no, definitely I should learn more Ukrainian though. I feel bad because I'll walk into like Ukrainian stores and I'm like, fuck. I'm trying. I'm like, дайте мне. Мне, sorry. Anyways, so village, city, but so there's like, so the issue, and like in Russia there will be like different dialects and stuff. So like the prison population, for example, like can completely speak in like what is like half swear words, half like actual just like, you know, like I'm picking up this cup and whatever, but like they can say it entirely in swear words. I've always found it to be like just really cool. Same as with, you have like really like, you know, high like speech Russian in like the, you know, again, city epicenters or whatever, or like places where like what's it called, like empirical like Russia would have existed or whatever. I'm not a historian, I'm an anthropologist, so like any historians out there, feel free to correct me. I'm learning history, but like there's so much of it, there's so much human existence that's happened. So sometimes you'll have this like disconnect, and like Russia, from what I understand and like from the way that I was taught, but again, it's not like a uniform thing that happens. Like I was very privileged to have existed in like one, or like was born in like one of the like administrative centers of like an influential province and like a fairly large province, right? So the upbringing that I got and the kind of resources that I got to have the upbringing that I got is not uniform across Russia. I had a very privileged upbringing to have that, you know, literature and knowledge and like understanding the stories of the cultures around me, and especially understanding the stories of like the villages or like the more rural cultures around me is like very important to my people, but not everybody like would have received that experience. I don't understand. I'm sorry, my Twitch is not working. I don't get it. Why you be this way, sir? There we go. It's back. So, but my point is that there's like different, it's like dialects, not dialects, because I guess it's dialects, right? Because you can all kind of understand everything, but it's different, whatever. But sometimes they will miscommunicate, or sometimes some people, certain people, surprise, surprise, certain people, but I mean like everybody, like, you know, everybody tends to judge everybody, so like, you know, the people in like super rural, like really far away from administrative centers, like cities or whatever, or just cities, like it doesn't have to be anyways. I'm trying to be super politically correct, but then I think I'm like stepping on my own toes. So, people from far away could judge, you know, people in whatever. I want to say like it's not as often, it's just like a different judgment, I think. And again, I have family that lives in both, so it's like I used to go between, you know, the dеревня and the city, so it's like it would just, you know. And then there's, you know, the city centers, and like if you're an asshole, you're gonna judge people from rural spaces because you're like a judgmental, like colonial type jerk face. But if you're not that, the majority of the people that live in these city centers don't feel like that because they have, again, like family that are in both spaces, yada yada. But when those people are jerk faces and they like, you know, mistreat the people in the villages because of that false belief, that creates, you know, over time, over and over again, if those interactions happen, that creates like a certain conflict situation for legitimate reasons. And so sometimes, I promise this is like leading back to what I was trying to say. So sometimes, especially now that you have this like kind of Western style of like doing MMA and showing it, where like you're putting it up on the internet, and there's still this like expectation really to like behave a certain way, just based on the way that like North American sports like interact on their live like broadcasting and stuff, right? There's like over a very long time they've like established this like etiquette of like broadcasting that they do. I think it was like recently we were watching the Flyers game, and like one of the one of the commentators said something. He made like a dick joke or something, but like he thought he wasn't on the air, right? And he was like, "Oh shit, we're not live." And they were like, "Yeah." So he got like a suspension. This was like one of the Philly commentators. He got like a suspension for like 2 weeks or something like that, like while they sorted it out, and he needs like sensitivity training or whatever. That's why I'm trying not to swear and be like more politically correct. But yeah, but like Eurasia or like any other countries that are like doing this right now, they don't have that, and so they're sorting it out in real time, and you're seeing this like conflict between. It's really just a misunderstanding, but it's also coming from both of these parties, like whether you're coming from the city or whether you're coming from the rural spaces, like they both have a lot of like masculinity, and like they're obviously fighters and stuff, but like if you don't know the history of the caucus, especially the recent history of it, it's like each one of those spaces did a lot to like protect with said fighting their actual cultures and countries and spaces, and like whatever the definition of your population in space is. They've like very recently, their fathers and grandfathers, people have been protecting them with their lives. So that masculinity and that protectiveness and being able to show that you're a man is like very important in these spaces on an honor level. And so they're not trying to like dishonor each other. They're trying to show, especially that you're on live TV, right? Like to yourself and to your population, but also to others, that like you are ready to, protect and to fight and to whatever. But there's also a level of like broadcasting, because this is broadcasting, and you like technically would never be able to like kill each other on live television because that's illegal, or like murder's illegal. So it's like you're running into this piece, and it's very I think it's very nuanced, and it'll kind of sort itself out in my belief, like over time, just because like it does. And I've watched the US, and the US sorted it out over time. It's just a lot of bickering like this. But sorry, that was the longest yap. I'm like, these can all be clips later, but yeah. It's just cool to see it. As an anthropologist, it's cool to see it. As a woman, it's cool to see it. It's nice. It's nice that I get to sit at home and watch this. Yeah, but it's cool, and I think it's cool, like they'll have, I think it's also nice because it's like to have your displays of emotion, and I think it's okay to have displays of emotion even if they're like more testosterone and adrenaline filled, as long as you then can come back and sit down and, say what you actually meant and whatever. And I think that when these gentlemen display that kind of restraint and whatever, or like ability for sportsmanship, even after displays of whatever, or punching each other in the face, I think it's cool. I'm gonna stop yapping for a little bit, but that's my feeling on that. Thanks to anyone who listened. The more you learn, no. Cute. This was my blanket. It's not a blanket. It's gonna be a carpet for the floor. I'm so excited. I've been... What have I been doing? I've been winter cleaning before the new year. Let's see what they're on. They really have to start making. Oh, hi. They really have to start making playlists or something. They need to make like a Spotify. Like each of these like promotions should make like a Spotify, and then do the thing. Whatever. You get my point. Oh yeah, I was watching the freaking ADHD is real with this one. Way too close, bro. They are on. Fuck. What am I looking for? What are they on? Tornado versus Punisher. It was Univer. Kuzia and Univer. I have nothing more than that. Just like he's not the reason why I like this. That started way earlier. But he's the one that made me want to get one of like the Germans, like the punchy doll things. I don't even know it to this day. I don't even know what they're called in English. Fighting dummy or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, it's a good time. They look very serious. So serious. What is the difference between bare knuckles and like MMA though? Is it because you would have to have MMA? Like you have to do all the martial arts, whereas bare knuckles is like just go ham? I wonder if it's just the classifications. Oh my god, no, I'm gonna water. No, please no. No. Stop. What's happening? Swipe me. So I've done my spring cleaning, but that means that I have so many crafts to do now, and it's like I'm one of those people that, because I'm like, I do art, I'm an artiste, and I tend to, like, I'll have an idea and then I'll put it away and I'll like gather it in a corner, or I'll just like put pieces of like whatever project like somewhere, and then I've had to like gather them from everywhere and put them into one spot over time to do whatever, and it hasn't been gathered into one spot over like years, so I've been like slowly doing that. But over the winter break I've just been like wanting to get it done, so I've gotten it done, but now I have like all these projects to finish. Like, fuck. I have to stop swearing, I'm so sorry guys. End of first round. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. We're not going to be going or doing anything in there, to be entirely honest. We're just going to hang out in Pandaria. Maybe we'll walk around. Maybe that'll be a thing. Can you do like jujitsu and bare knuckles? I guess not, right? It's just, or is it just boxing? I don't know. We're gonna have to learn, but it's not. It really isn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be. I for some reason thought there was gonna be like, I mean, there's a lot of blood, but like a lot more blood. I thought. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I like that though. Covered in blood. Don't hit him in the head or I will give you timeout or point off. Punch each other in the head. No, don't. No, I mean, sort of. Not on the back of the head, maybe, though. Oh, I see. You know. Is that the only ones, though? But what's the... I don't know. Third round. I also wonder if bare knuckles, like, is more... Yeah. This is the last prelim bout. Anyways, the guy, what's the word? Forfeited round 3. This man is pretty cool. I thought I had more yarn. Apparently not. That's okay. I'm on board. Arman Tarnada Kalashan. Ayo though. Yeah. That was his nickname, right? Was Tarnada? Yeah, for sure. And then there was like another one. Oh my god. His name was Andre, I think. He like dated Ella at some point. I don't remember what his name was. They called him something. But it's always like one word. And it's like destructive force. You're like, yeah. Yeah. I just find fighters very like they mostly always have a really good heart, so that's where my love for them comes. And they're always just like, you know, such good little boys. Not boy, like little boy, whatever, you know. But you just want to like tell them they did a really good job in baking some cookies. Go Armenia. See, in a perfect world, I would know all the languages. But it's like really hard to learn them. I've been learning Mandarin. I'm at like something stupid at like 40,000 points for it on Duo. It's like 37 something. But like I can't say anything. Like I can say some things in Mandarin, but like even children's films, like I struggle to like understand them. I can understand like, oh, he said I, or like he said you, or like he said, you know, it's cold, like, or something like that. But not more than like 2 or 3 word sentences, right? So yeah, and that's what I was talking about when my mic was off. With like Russian, I've only like realized, like I've always known it was like a difficult language, and it is, but when you grow up like hearing it and speaking it and like understanding it and watching TV and shit in it, like you don't really think about it. But it's like watching my friends learn the language, I've realized how difficult it is. And learning Mandarin, I've realized that it's like very much an in between language, between like Mandarin and English. Like Russian's like the in-between language, and it just, yeah, because it's like easier for me to speak Mandarin sometimes because of like understanding certain vowel sounds between Russian that doesn't exist in like, you know, like Latin-based languages or whatever. But like sklenienie and падежи did not. I was praying the other day, and as I was praying, I was like, oh, that's why it's important, because it like basically like there's like different ways, like, you know, French and I think Spanish or whatever, they'll have like gendered like names and stuff. Russian also has that, but then it also is like based on like who you're talking to, and there's like 7 or something categories, like onanati vi. Anyways, whoever's a Russian linguist, I swear to God I know them all. I just like can't. I haven't studied them in a while. But anyway, so it's like based on that word, like depending on who you're talking to, and it's not just like, you know, he, she, whatever. It's also like, you know, first person, second person, third person, but then also like group size or staraj sklaniac. I need the. Anyways, whatever. There's like a bunch of them. There's like 7. There's not a bunch. There's 7. So depending on that, and I think the combination of gender, is like it's gonna determine like what the ending of like certain words are. I think it's like verbs or whatever. I'm trying to like do it in my head as well too. Yeah, just verbs. Verbs, adjectives, whatever. Um, and so, the fuck was I talking about? Oh my god, I'm like struggling to stay focused. Oh yeah, okay. So anyway, so Patesh will like determine like the ending of that word and like certain other words, and then like it kind of just like builds right on the whole thing. Like the rest of the sentence will like follow that rule, and so like all of your verbs of that sentence will like have that ending because of the whatever. And like when you grow up with it, you think it's totally natural and totally like totally you're like you just naturally know what the ending of the word is going to be because you like you kind of think in that way, like, and it's context based. Like if you're talking to your mom, you're not going to like, you know, use the like male like ending for like a word or whatever, and you just know that, right, because you've like used it for so long. But and I was like, it's not that hard, it's just like 1 or 2 words. It's like the whole fucking sentence depends on it. So my friends that are learning it now, they'll like say it and I can see where it's wrong, but it's like so hard to explain it because even talking about it right now, like it just sounds really difficult. It's not. It's like a little card. I need to make it for like one of my friends and just like it's just this. But if you don't have that card just like accessible on the inside of your brain at all times, like it's hard, and I see why it's hard now. And so I can see now that like you can tell if somebody is like a native speaker. Even me, like I haven't actually spoken Russian, and you guys will hear it the more I speak Russian. Like I have this like pseudo accent that comes in that's not real. Like I don't actually have an accent, but because I'm like nervous to use the language, I feel like I will like end up either sounding like I have an accent or like there's this like weird accent that just like sneaks in. And it's also because of the way that your tongue moves. Like I learned this in Mandarin where like and I learned this in school as well too. There's like certain points of articulation in your mouth, and like some languages will use only like there's like 25 of them. Let's say there's some amount, I can't remember what the actual amount. So it's like certain positions where your tongue can land in your mouth. And not all languages use all of them, right? Like also there's like phonemes like of like different sounds, morphemes. I can't remember which one is which. One of them is like the smallest version of sound. Anyways, that you can make, and like not necessarily all languages are going to use all possible sounds that we can use. Russian happens to be the most like one of the most diverse ones, but there's other languages that use like 3 like phonemes, I think, or not 311 phonemes. I don't want to quote which languages because I don't remember right now. But anyway, yeah, so I've realized, and it's because I don't use certain ones, right, like the rolling R or the like I can roll, but like it just, you have to switch, especially if you try to use more French, then you don't use your R at all, so you're like, I have to like consciously, you know, switch into like a different whatever. Anyways, whatever. But seeing people interact, and seeing the places where they're like making mistakes, like I think about that in terms of like other languages that I'm speaking that I'm not like native in, and it kind of probably comes off the same way even when you like learn a language and you know it very, very well. There's still those like differences. I mean, there's obviously accents and stuff, but there's still those differences. So I don't remember where I was going with this, but yeah. Yeehaw. I hope to talk more. Like it would be really cool to be able to. I'm so nervous of just like you know, going back into these spaces, and then like I sound like an idiot when I'm like speaking. Not even like an idiot, like I just sound like a like really not like a child, but just because like my usage of the language, I haven't really been using it since I was like a teenager, I think. So I have like a very like teenager, basically, like it's not an accent, but it's like the vocabulary is very like stunted basically, and I just it sounds so stupid, which is hard. And it's also hard to like, because sometimes I will try to like relate like scientific stuff and like sound like an anthropologist or whatever. I can obviously yap in English, and it's so hard for me to yap in Russian. Like I can't do the same level of whatever, so I'm sitting there I'm like but I'm reading Anna Karenina for that. I'm reading all of the freaking literature just to like remind myself of like all the possible words that are out there and not just use like the very basic ones. It used to be like important that you are, you know, literary, scholarly, whatever. But again, I think with just like the transition of, you know, the culture in the country and around the space, before and post like USSR, right? Just like there's a big push for plurality and like respect and yada yada, whatever. Anyways, they're doing an interview, so I'm like distracted. Yeah, I want to go back at some point. I would like to go back and like participate in all this like commentary and like not commentary but like commentary, I don't know, do whatever, be useful in some way as like a Western anthropologist. I'm sure I would be. But I definitely need to work on my languages. Because again, it's that same thing, right, as like between like rural and more city areas. Like when you go to rural spaces and you speak the way that I do, like I can fit in perfectly fine. And like you can, it's not like I'm saying you can't fit in cities, you definitely can if you don't have like language. And they like have people from all over the country. The Gore's Gym, for example, has people from like Brazil and all over the place, who like don't necessarily speak like the best Russian or English or whatever, and they like, you know, especially in like MMA, like people will find ways to interact and like talk to each other. It's just, you know, punch each other in the face, you're fine. But in city centers where again like literature is like the reason, and like, or like fashion, like high fashion or whatever, like couture, where you all need to be like together, and like the history of, you know, field X is like important, and like being able to discuss the history in like very like full language is important. And I, as an anthropologist who like wants to work in more like, you know, either administrative or like museum even esque, like kind of preservative kind of spaces, I need to be able to translate my English yapping into the closest slur I think is Russian yapping, because I was just like, it's not gonna work. Like if I sound like an idiot in Russian, I sound like even more of an idiot in Ukrainian, so it's not gonna work. And I'm like not there for Mandarin yet. And any other countries I hang out in fucking speak English, so it's like I can, you know, get away with it. But yeah, we're growing, we're getting there. I'm still in my 20s. It's fine. I will. And if not, they'll just have to accept me, and I will represent the I don't even know. Those of us that don't have, you know, a huge like Slavadny Zapas. It'll be fine. We'll get through it. They're asking about like, how do you feel, and like, do you think we're gonna expect new belts for like Shara and Arman and stuff? I definitely think that they have. Yeah. I agree with that. I think they're both very talented. I think they both still have like more roading to go. Like, but they're very good, like up and coming. I mean, like, they're different categories sometimes, but yeah. Yeah, they're different. funny. Yeah. Also, like, I mean, actually, I don't know. I haven't been there in a while. I was gonna say, like all the money stuff works very differently for like many different reasons that we'll get into another time. We've had enough political anthropological talk here. So political only sometimes. I can't not be political. I study human beings. Like, humans tend to have politics. It's not my fault that humans are choosing to do that. Sorry. Unhinged. Mm. Oh, they're on the break before the thing. Before the main card. But see, I love it. I love the iterations. Like, I really love the like expression from each space that's coming out. And I really appreciate the showcasing of cultures. Like, it's such a culturally diverse space, and I think it's something that the West hasn't really like seen at all. So for me, it's exciting both as like a person, you know, that comes from the area, but also like as an anthropologist, but also just like as a human being. It's exciting, this like global performance of, you know, talents and stuff. Quite lovely. Very exciting time to be alive. We'll talk about it more in the evening because I will probably stream tonight. The game starts at 10, which is but yesterday they lost, and they lost like, I don't, was it 7-1? It was like 4 or 5-1. Like, it was something atrocious. I was like, this is not the energy we should be coming in with. I don't understand what was happening, because they'll do so well and then they'll do so bad. I'm gonna have this rant again later on tonight, but like guys, what is that? It's fine. My phone is dying. Ooh, and I gotta go get my laundry, don't I? I should. I do gotta get that. It's like soon, in like 10-ish minutes. Also, I feel like knitting or crocheting, even if it's like forwards and then backwards, because it like helps your left brain, that's a separate piece, but in general, keeping my hands busy feels, I feel like it helps like decompress sometimes. So I highly recommend it to the fighty boys. Do it in secret if you guys want. Бежите на ski. Шапочки. feel like mothers would be proud of that. A little bit. Well, at least chat looks like they're having fun. There's like 140 people, 1,000 people watching. Pretty good. They had like 500, I think, waiting or something like that. But that's because people thought that it was like gonna turn on and be the Arman fight, which I would have been super upset about if you like if they just streamed the main card. That would have been upsetting. This is a cool halftime show though. Also, this whole like Russian rap thing that's come back up. It might not be coming back up, it might just be coming up for me because I haven't been there for several years. It's like really weird because so like I haven't been back I think since like 2013 or 14, so it's been like a decade. But it's definitely cool like coming back to like the spaces and like seeing where they're at. It feels like time travel, not gonna lie. I'm like, holy shit, everybody's like still there. I don't know why I thought they wouldn't be, like, or that not that I thought that they wouldn't be, or that like, you know, their you know, development somehow stopped because I wasn't observing it. That's not how, you know, whatever. But I think it's like just some weird like object permanence thing. And when you have like ADHD, your object permanence is actually like pretty good. So you have the opposite effect where like I often have this thing where like and like, you know, me and my like neurodivergent friends where like we'll have a relationship and then the relationship is stuck in that exact same moment, and like we might like go and come back and see each other in like 4 or 5 years, and we're like, ah yeah, just pick it up from wherever we were last time, is usually the case. So maybe that's the, and like, you know, I've talked to people and like whatever but I think it's just, I don't know, I think maybe it's like, or I'm like interacting with the spaces more or whatever, but it's just really cool to see like how much we've all grown, but then also how incredibly similar everybody still is. And a lot of that is also just because like how many of us are like driven by like the internet and like whatever, and just so we share, like it's interesting to see that like most of the like whatever the expressive generation is, like usually the teens or whatever, like teens, young adults, whatever, they still have like really similar fashion, like really similar like dialectic like mannerisms and whatever, just across the entire board, right? Like doesn't matter if you're talking to like American kids or Russian kids or whatever, like Gen Z for example. Now it's like Gen Alpha because Gen Z is like getting old, but they're all like assholes in the same way, right? Or whatever, they have like similar, not everyone, but bell curve like similar stuff. So it's just, it's cool. It's like a little reunion. Adorable. Or they're like dancing to some more music, you know, it's like everyone's, it's just cool. It's cool. Gotta remember the laundry. Soon. We will go soon. I'm also trying to get all of my shit down into like a capsule wardrobe. But then I also want like like a capsule wardrobe, just because I want it to be like functional around anywhere, and like appropriate more than anything, but also not like fill up the whole entire closet or existence or whatever. Like I just don't want my whole entire life to be clothes, especially clothes that I like don't wear. I just want it to be functional and then move on, but then also have like a fashion, you know, shit that I wear but I wouldn't really wear it anywhere except for like places like this kind of thing. I think it's a really good avenue for all these promotional spaces that instead of having like ring girls who are half naked or whatever, you have ring girls who are fully dressed in whatever like the current fashion that they help determine and decide. Because if you're gonna be splitty of all the genders, let the women show off like their quote unquote like, if you want to split it like that. Not that I believe it to be like that, but like let's not talk about Eagle FC and, you know, the diversity of the human condition. Like those two things don't need to be touching tips. But you could have even, you know, like Muslim, I mean, not that you would do that in Islam ever, but whatever, like you could have conservative fashion, right? Designers or whatever even dressing those people, and like they did in UFC, Noche UFC or whatever it was called, and they did all sorts of like cultural based like fashion whatever that the ring girls wore. I thought that was brilliant and beautiful, and I was like, I feel like it would really captivate the female audience quite a bit, and it would also like elevate the whole thing of fighting. I don't as a woman, like I don't really agree with like, but you know, the monster girls might feel differently. I'm all for women celebrating themselves and their bodies in whatever way, shape, or form, and every woman has their like autonomy on their own bodies and stuff. I also think that, you know, it's nice to showcase this, and it's nice to showcase maybe something else, I don't know, but also, you know, runways work for a reason. But you could definitely do a collab there, is what I'm saying. You could, you know, it would be nice. It would be nice to see MMA and the fashion world come together. I think it's a good avenue. I hope some promotion will, you know, also have that viewpoint, but we'll see. Beep. That's the lines thing, is because every time I have to like, I look at another thing, it'll flip with my screen, but it's not like we're playing video games anyways. See, like, forever, whoever is listening to this is great. This is so much fun. Alright. Cool. So Shara apparently is outweighing Arman here. Shara like weight cut. I think he said 3 kilos. Um, to fight. Whereas like Arman weighed in with like t-shirt and shoes and stuff like that. So I don't think he was doing weight cut for this. We shall see. I'm excited. I'm like excited for this bout. I'm also excited for Walter and Zion. Whatever that's happening, February 13th, I think that's happening. I don't give a shit, you guys. Like, we're gonna, it's gonna happen and it's gonna be good. And I want them to make it fair. Like, I want them to actually put effort into it and not make it like a WWE fight where, like, we're just doing it for haha. It's like, no, like, actually do it. Men are very good at, like, making things fair when they want to, right? Like, have you guys ever observed, for those of you that have observed, a gym? Like, a camp? Or whatever, or just like your brothers like fighting or doing some stupid things. The ability for males to gather together in a room, and like females too, but they just do it differently, and like everybody's just PC correctness, let's relax. Everybody, but specifically boys. Their ability to find a way to make things equal when it comes to like the graph of fucking around and finding out, like, it just incredible, you know. What's the word I'm thinking of? Unrivalable? No, that's not. It's like the it has no other competition. Anyways, so I have full faith in those guys being able to find a way to make that fight like super fair. I have my own opinions, but they're probably, you know, silly. I was just like, just fucking tape Felter's legs. Just fucking don't let him use them, because you can't. I don't think like the use of his legs would be fair fully. I think it like there needs to be a way to whatever. Like he can't just like what, you know. But yeah, I want them to take it seriously, and to like find a way, because I think that it showcases, you know, the different strengths and abilities of different fighters, and the way that we got to UFC, right, is, or from, you know, like to MMA in general, from like the usage of these different martial arts, and how when you use like a collection of them, you become a more effective fighter, right? And Walter has been focusing on footlocks, obviously, right? And so he's been showing that, and like, you know, you can argue like depending on who he's being pinned against, and like depending on how the UFC is like fighting its fighters, like, because it's just depending on like how you match people up and whatever, sure. But also he's been like focusing on like this very specific like fighting tactic, right? And so he has now gone, like, he's made UFC history, right, by doing like 4 footlocks in a row. Clearly it works, and we've seen it in other fighters when they focus on BJJ, or they focus on, you know, like grappling or striking or whatever. But now we're kind of also seeing the importance of like targeting different parts of the body, and the usage of your different parts of your body to you know, to achieve the next like step in your fight plan, or to achieve like whatever outcome you're looking for. So I think that this fight also showcases like the importance of using different, you know, different quadrants of your body in different ways, and then how, you know, if you are not using certain quadrants of your body, how are you compensating for that, and how are you training these other parts of your body to be actually like more developed than they would be in a person that's using like all quadrants, for example, right? And I do think absolutely that there is a deficit. There would be a deficit in if you were to put, you know, both boys in like similar situations. Even Walter at like a higher like MMA level potentially could, you know, isn't as developed as a person who's mostly been training their fighting technique from a different perspective. And that's also just important in general in terms of fighting, right? Like it really depends on like which approach you're taking, and what your mentality is in a fight. How are you going to approach it, and how that mentality and that approach is going to affect your training, and how that's going to affect the products of the outcome of your training, and then how that's going to affect your fight, right? very different. So if they can showcase that, I think that it opens up a lot of possibilities towards different types of fighters that we haven't really had before in actual sporting spheres. We've had it in entertainment. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so, like, full of it today. So stupid. You know, but we've definitely seen that in WWE. We just haven't really been allowed to, and it kind of ties into, like, all the other debates, you know, of, like, who can fight whom. But I think that we're finally at a space where, like, we've explored all the other in terms of sports and sporting events, like, we've explored a lot of different other, like, matchups and whatever. I think that we are at a time in just, like, global sporting history where now we are, like, both equipped and, like, equipped to, like, let's say you're gonna find a guy and a girl together is, like, the best way that we can explain that. And you wanted them to be, like, equally matched up, right? And that equal matchup, you're gonna go through and you're gonna, like, test hormone level, or, like, whatever way you want to, like, calculate fairness between two, like, different fighters, whether that be, like, through hormonal whatever, whether that's, like, through weight, or whether that's through some other, like, measurement, whatever. We now have the technology and the capacity to, like, test all those things and figure them out and, like, do the things and stuff, and, like, even run scenarios of, like, you know, fairness or whatever, of just, like, which way of matchup would be the fairest way to test the compatibility, or, like, the you know, dick measure the difference in your two skills. Earlier we didn't have it, right? And earlier we didn't have, like, like, mass broadcasting and blah 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 blah. Like, you know, commissions were isolated to, like, certain countries, right? Whatever, you couldn't, like, you didn't have a lot of these things. Now we do have it. We both have the technology and the availability to, like, fight people from different places, to showcase from different spots, to have different commissions. You know, certain, you know, American commissions might not allow what, you know, commissions in the UAE might be allowing, in terms of, like, Shara's case, for example, right? Like, he runs into a lot of issues fighting in the UFC because of, like, his eyeball, and they're like, oh, well, he can't fight here because it's a liability, or, like, whatever. I'm assuming that's why he can't fight. At the end of the day, right, it's, like, a liability for, like, the athletic commission, because if he gets hurt, and then they were the ones that said that, like, he's fine to fight, like, it would, you know, and I get it, you know, I get that they don't want to get, like, sued or whatever, but so that forces that, you know, that makes that he has to, like, fight from the UAE, and potentially, I don't know if it's, like, with certain, I think he's allowed to fight whomsoever, but he can only fight from a specific location, which is, I think it was, like, Michael Bisping as well, like, right? Am I right about that? I don't know. But, like, fighters that are, you know, experience some sort of, like, physical thing that happens, and then that, like, affects their fighting stuff. So all these things, I think, are really important, and I think are also really important for people. I don't want to say disabilities, because that makes it sound like they aren't able to do something, but it's, like, just people of different shapes that are not, like, the TM, you know, shape that you expect. And we have a lot of people like that, like, most of our people at some point, like, you know, something fucking happens to you. So I think it's an important piece of just, like, showcasing that, like, you're still a fighter, and in some cases a significantly better fighter than you know, are, you know, with or without certain like, attributes, right? And so I think that, you know, it's, like, not necessarily just Zion and Walter. Obviously, like, Shara is doing a huge piece, and, like, it's not that they're even intentionally, like, pursuing these things or opening these doors or whatever, but I think that the opening of these doors, and the, you know, the having of, like, these different types of fights that include everybody, and I'm not saying, I'm like, oh, you should do all these fights and, like, pin people against each other, like, no, like, it's just cool that we're having it, and we have the opportunity to have these fights, and to have them, you know, broadcasted as you would any other fight, and to have the opportunity to commentate on them, and explore them, and watch them, and you know, participate in them, and that's becoming as popular as, like, you know, mainstream bleh. Yeah, that's really exciting for me. I'm stoked. I don't know about everybody else, but I'm really stoked. I'm looking forward to it. And also, for, like, a really long time, I just wasn't sure if they were gonna do it or not, because they were literally just talking shit. I was like, okay, but are you actually gonna fight, or what? Like, come on. So, we'll see. Was it February 13th? gonna be good. Adorable. See, they're so serious. If you try to like if you try to like fuck with or like insult, well, sort of sometimes, with like the Caucasus region, because sometimes they take things really seriously and they'll go into this whole like conversation of like equality of humans and like, you know, importance of like, you know, respecting each other and whatever. But then sometimes I think it just depends on like it depends on if you're like, you know, being an asshole or not being an asshole or whatever, if you're genuine or not genuine. Other times you've all seen Hezbollah, I mean, you know. Other times they're just complete jokesters. So it's really, it's cute. It's just really cool. It's cool to, I think also for context for me, like a lot of it is like, I think about like my friends and relatives that are like coming from like similar places, especially like mountain regions, right? Where like we used to go visit like some of my relatives up in the mountains. And it's very like rural, isolated places, with very like, just literally saying the same thing. It's like it's like a completely different life and a completely different like space, and like it's very much more like down to earth and grounded and whatever. And usually they don't really leave, like some people that live there, they don't really like leave or go like do like city shit or whatever. Like they kind of just do their own thing, and you know, they do their thing in their home and their land and their community and whatever. Like why would you go to like random place A or B, whatever? But they don't usually have this like, there's also not as much like technology. Like I mean, it depends. It really like depends on which like rural space you're going to. It's not that they can't have internet, it's just that like it's important now, and especially if you're from the West, like the internet's important. But like my grandparents' house, for example, like we didn't have like running like we had running water. That's a long story. We had running water physically in the house, just to like wash dishes and shit. But like our toilet, like our bathroom, was an outhouse like until 2013. So it's like why would you have an indoor, like when there's an outdoor one and like we use it and it works and it's fine and it's like less electricity, less like, you know, less technological shit. If you can do like banya, which is like sauna, like banya's like everybody, especially if you live rurally, you would have a banya because it like, you know, this is how you wash and you clean and you do whatever. But it also is like, if you live in the middle of nowhere and it is cold in the winter, because it's fucking cold in that country, or like it's cold in the winter usually, that's also your source of like heat and like whatever, like anyways, whatever, like basically like all these things, like the way that rural life is structured, it's structured like that for a reason. And the introduction of internet into that space is like a useless piece of whatever, because it all functions without the internet already, or like without this like excess of like, you know, technology or whatever. The reason for that being is the history of these countries, right, where like they've experienced a lot of war, it's not that they've experienced a lot of war, it's just that their history, especially in comparison to like America's 250 years, like come on, is like thousands upon sometimes thousands of years in the case of like China and shit like that. Well, in the case of a lot of people, that's a good example, a lot of people. So the mentality is like, you know, why would you, and especially again if you like, you have to pay for electricity and internet and whatever. In America it's one way, but in rural spaces completely different, right? You're not gonna like wire a village in the middle of the mountains just so you could like access YouTube. Like it's not a, or at least back then, whatever it did. So for some of these people, not that they all are, but some of them are coming from these spaces, and to see them integrating into this like massive society, a lot of them, some of them, you know, struggle, whatever, but especially at this like fighting level, a lot of them are like doing pretty well. But I feel just a lot of pride in that. It's been a really long time since like I've got to experience that feeling, and I was pretty young when I was, but just like coming from a small space like that and then being introduced to not only like the massive community of like cities and stuff like that, but especially international community, and like you know, the diversity or not diversity of it, but just like it you know, the diversity of cultures and whatever, but just like in general, it's just I find I have a lot of pride in like when, you know, people from like really rural villages, especially from spaces where like I come from, come and then they're like super just like they're really respectful and they're really great and they have so many talking points and they have all this like, you know, integration that they, you know, participate in. And just knowing how difficult that is, I'm like I'm very proud. And I'm very like inspired and impressed and all the other fun descriptive words. I don't know. It's exciting, man. Come on. It's just cool. It's just cool. It's just very cool. And it's a really big accomplishment. It's like a big whatever. I feel like I'm not relating the why. I feel like I'm just like being like, oh yeah. But like, I swear to God, it's like y'all gotta come and visit. It's a good time. Alright, I gotta go do that laundry. I will be RB buddies. I mean, why do they have a drone in the house? It's cute. Laundry acquired. Ugh. It's like, it's hot, but also, or not hot, it's cold, it's super cold outside. It's like snowing. There was like maybe supposed to be a blizzard. We get nervous now, cause the power goes out sometimes, and it only happens sometimes, cause we're very blessed. There's this thing that happens every so often, every few years. There's this like really wild ice storm that comes around in Canada. It doesn't happen all the time. It only happens when it's like very cold, and you're experiencing a lot of like rain that freezes. But usually the thing with freezing rain is that like it stops at some point, so it has to be like a blizzard type deal, right? Or like a really hurricane type vibe. But the weather is like not cold enough for it to melt. No, sorry, not cold enough for it to be snow when it's falling, but it's not warm enough for it to melt when it's like solidified or frozen or whatever, like once it like falls and whatever. So it coats all the trees and stuff, and then the water keeps falling, so like as it falls it like freezes on and freezes on and freezes on, and so you have this like weird situation. I've only seen it now happen twice in like my entire life. Like we'll have like freezing rain and like, you know, rain and freezing trees and whatever, but this bad I've only seen it twice, this year, and then, or like the one that just passed, and then like the last one was in like 2000, like I want to say 13 again. Like not all of the things happened. Anyways, so we had one of those, and it took the power out. It, like for like a week. It was crazy, which again in America is like unheard of. You don't have the power out for that long, but it was just really bad. And we're also like at a really weird spot because we live near water is what I'm gonna say. I was about to be like we live, but I'm not gonna tell you guys where we live. But so yeah, so it was just, we live in a space where like it fucked with the way that they struggled to reconnect it basically. So it took a while. Yeah, forgot where I was going. Anyway, so we're like nervous about it. So everybody's doing their laundry today, just because it's like laundry day, I guess, or whatever. And yeehaw. Aw. To the person in Kick, the reason that I'm, first of all, it's on small screen and not big screen, is or that I'm not playing. I just don't really want to play today. I'm watching what is that reflection? I'm watching, what am I watching? I'm watching the Arman versus Shara situation, fight. I was gonna say it's ACBJJ, but it's not ACBJJ, it's Hype FC something. So I'm not really playing the game. My concept with WoW is just gonna be like, I used to like do, you didn't ask any of this, but you're gonna listen to it. I didn't, so I used to play a lot of WoW, and I didn't record the like experiences of it, and like I did my lore master, I did all this other stuff in it, and it was just like really nice. I was like, it would be really nice to like have this recorded and whatever. So I'm recording it now and just like kind of using it as like a virtual space to kind of show people what virtual spaces are like in different points of the internet. WoW is a really good example of virtual spaces, and a lot of the stuff that's happening in virtual reality right now very much represented by a lot of different things. If you play the game, you know that like there's a lot of different bugs and pieces that they've had to kind of come to terms with, and a lot of things that they've added, and it's a very like broad game in terms of its, you know, capabilities and stuff. So some of my streams are probably gonna just be literally this, where like for the entire stream you're staring at one, like literally just the same thing, and for that I don't know if I apologize or don't apologize. Well, people definitely do. But number two, I do agree with the whole like just chatting screen where you're supposed to be like on full size screen. Honestly, I think I'm just not personally like, I don't know if I'm not ready for just chatting screen. Maybe. Eventually I plan to do it, but the majority of why we're recording it like this, or why I would be like, you know, like interacting or doing whatever as I chat, is because this is also, so I'm not just streaming on Kick, I'm streaming also on Twitch, I'm streaming on Facebook, I'm streaming on YouTube. So a lot of it is also just like recording, and then it's the same thing as you would be like recording from a, hold on, from a, you'd be recording from like a, you know, like a studio, or a lot of times people also just like record from, like from, what's the word? Like from not live, right? So that's the other part of this, right? Is that we're going to be using this footage and whatever to then create clips or whatever. So it doesn't really matter what part of the screen that you're recording, as long as it's out there. That's like the most important part. Number 2, or number 4, or number whatever, it's really not part of that. So a lot of my streaming journey here too is also just to like show other people that I'm, you know, helping set up their streams and whatever, just the process of what streaming is like and whatever. Literally talking about random stuff is my job. Anyways, hello Sophie, thank you for being there. I'm really excited about chat, like Kick's chat too. Like it's been really cool because like although I've had questionable experiences with like the different people that are coming in to the chat and whatever, and I'm getting very like mixed reactions, it's nice to see that Kick is actually like pretty interactive in comparison to some of the other platforms that I've been like interacting with. So I hope that answers your questions. I appreciate your comments because it does boost my algorithm, so thank you, and it's very nice to hear people's opinions. So I do appreciate it. If it's not your vibe, that's okay. You can literally go and, you know, like talk to someone else. But if you're here because you just want to like interact with someone and stuff, that's okay. You're also welcome to do whatever. I'm sure at some point there might be like a moderation person or whatever. I am good. And my day has been my day's been good. It started early this morning because we were watching this. It's now 2 o'clock, so I'm impressed that we've been here for as long as we have been. It's been, what, 2 hours and 40 minutes? So, it's good. How has your day been? Sorry, I'm also trying to moderate, or like monitor several chat streams. I will eventually like solidify it and put it somewhere on the screen. Not gonna lie. Tried to do that at some point, but it was just like really fucking difficult to, I don't know, it was like a lot of, there's like a plugin for OBS and you have to do the thing. It was good. It's good. It's going pretty good. Aw, thank you. It's nice. Yeah, the stream's been going well. It's weird because, like, so I'm at the place, obviously, at a spot right now where, like, I'm mostly streaming to no one, and that's really nice because I get to just have, like, ADHD apps, and I'll just be like, oh, this is what's on my mind, or I'll, like, comment on whatever I'm streaming. But when you have actual chatters in the chat and you're like, I'm gonna try to respond to this, then you're, like, you know, doing stuff. But thank you, I appreciate it. I really do appreciate it when people are in chat, interacting IRL. Like, it makes it a lot more fun than sitting around for like, I've like had streams for several hours where you're like sitting around and you're just like talking to yourself for 6 straight hours, and it's exhausting. I don't stream daily. So right now I'm gonna be streaming with I stream the hockey games, so I follow the Flyers, or at least for this season I'm following the Flyers. So I'm streaming whenever they're on, and then I'm supposed to be streaming anytime like UFC's doing any kind of event or thing, which is usually weekly. And then I also follow a bunch of different like Eurasian MMA promotions and stuff like that. And what else do I do? Formula 1 as well. I will be probably streaming more like different games and stuff like that, but WoW is like the main thing that I play. what other reasons? I will eventually do like, you know, just random just chatting or like IRL streams or whatever those people, like the IRL streamers I guess do or whatever. So, what I'm saying is that streaming is essentially becoming, I'm an anthropologist originally, but streaming is becoming kind of like the direction that I go in, but I do a lot more like I put out a lot more content, and a lot of it is like very just like artsy fartsy random whatever the day or experiences kind of content, and it usually tends to be like very varied and weird, so you gotta be a specific audience demographic I guess to whatever, but yeah, to each their own. I think we all find our things. This is mostly like if you want to, you know, sometimes tune in, this is like a fish tank thing, and you get to like see the inside of another human's life, and you're like, what are they doing? I'm like, absolutely nothing. I do have Instagram. It's crystalline9, crystalline_crystalline9. Crystalline9 is my gamer tag. It comes from Kurt Vonnegut, Cat's Cradle. It's like a nod to that. We were reading it in middle school when I made this tag. This is also not my first stream. I just don't know how to change the title of it. But it's crystalline9. It's either like _crystalline_9 or some like one of the variations, but that's usually my tag for all the social accounts and stuff. Yeah. I'm definitely still, like, I'm very much still in development. I'm on year 3 now of like this whole, I mean, that's a lie too. I'm not on year 3. I used to stream back in like 2019 for a very short amount of time. And then I've done like social media shit, as you do when you like grow up in like a city, since probably like 2012 and shit like that. I'm not gonna play the game. I'm like at all. I literally went and did like a quest. No, if you're here for WoW, I'm not gonna play at all today. So if you're genuinely here to watch me play WoW, it's not gonna happen. Yeah. But it's been fun. I really like, I don't know, I enjoy it. I have like a very long like reason for why I'm like doing this, and it's like it's a whole thing that I'll get into like as we progress and stuff like that. But yeah, it's fun. I like it. It's a good time. It's like, it's an interesting experience as an anthropologist. Ugh. They are on. We should find out what they're on. They are on. Aw, thanks. It's just really cool. It's like really cool that you get to like interact with people like all around the world. It's like, it's just, I don't know, it's really exciting for me. And it's like a really big time. Although I was recently talking to myself about how like it seems to be like a really political time. I mean, it seems to be, it is a really political time in the world and stuff like that right now. Especially like being a person that is from both sides of this situation. I keep pointing at this, but I have the actual fight on over here. Hype FC, for those, it's in my title right there. Yeah. Is doing their like Arman versus Shara thing, but it's mostly just bare knuckle fighting. I keep telling myself that I'm just gonna like hang out here and everything's gonna be like just really quiet, and I just like hang out in the corner and like nobody looks at me, and it's great. But you know, continuously people absolutely do look at you, and it's also because like sometimes I will be quiet and in the corner, but sometimes I'm like loud as fuck and I just like yap and do whatever. We were looking at what fight they were on. So, but politics was not the reason that I was going into this, but I'm very, like, quickly ending up in a very, like, political space, which, again, anthropologist, so it kind of, like, I should have thought about that before, doing the thing. But so it's interesting, and so, like, for the past, like, few years, the other thing I was gonna say, like, with the small thing is, like, I've been trying to, like, throttle, like, the experience, because a lot of times, you get thrown into it and like you're not quite ready, or like you're not quite sure what your like purpose is, I guess, with it, and then people end up like figuring that out as you're doing it. Sorry. And so for me it was like really well, like I went into it when it was 2019, and I actually went into streaming because it was like my friend was trying to stream, or he wanted to stream, and then I was just like, oh, it's fine, let's do it together, like it's not that hard. And that's how I kind of ended up in the space, and at the time it was like it was fine, but after that I was just like, I really want to like have a purpose and have like a direction and stuff with this if I'm going to choose to like seriously pursue it, which I think most people, if they're choosing a career in the public eye, should kind of do. I think you should do that with every career. Any career. 1, 2, 3. Did you see my... It's a... Oh, no, this way. It's a rug. For my bathroom. With all the, like, end pieces of all the different, like, yarn end pieces that I have. So... really excited for that. I might turn it into like a square later, but I was excited to use my square pieces, and then the center was supposed to be a sunflower. But now it looks like a giant eyeball, so I'm kind of down with that too, to be honest. I was like, I'm gonna look at this every morning. Just like existential crisis in the bathroom. I'm also turning my bathroom potentially into a greenhouse, so we'll see how that goes. It'll be a good time. Still didn't check what fight they're on. Really good, really good. The ADHD is strong with this one. I am in Toronto. Yeah, I'm in Toronto. I'm mostly in Toronto. Yeah. Mostly in Toronto or like Ontario, like around that area, but I do come from Siberia and Russia. And then I'm just like, how much do we divulge? I mean, we're gonna divulge. It's on my Instagram. It's also just like in general. I'm like, so, but I also was like raised all around the world. Yeah, it is. It's lovely. So sometimes I haven't traveled in a while, but sometimes I do travel, and in terms of this whole like pursuit and whatever, I'm kind of hoping to eventually kind of shift throughout those spaces, which is why I follow in like the international sports that I do, and specifically the international sports that I do, because they tend to travel through the locations that I kind of exist in and you know am connected to and stuff like that. So yeah, Toronto right now, but I do shift along with it, and I do also shift along with like whatever they're doing. So this is happening in Yerevan right now, the fight. Yeah. So that's what I was gonna say. I'm like, if they were to like have a fight at like 4 o'clock in the morning, I would also stream with them at 4 o'clock in the morning. I play, I mean now, because I'm trying to create content also for EA Sports, so like any of their games I will be playing, UFC obviously being one of the games. The thing about that is that like I don't do console, like I did not grow up with console. I grew up playing World of Warcraft, and World of Warcraft used to be my only game that I would play, just because, first of all, the tism, so I'm like if once I have a thing that I like, that's it. But number two, World of Warcraft is like, again, one of like the most diverse games, so they, especially like from when I started playing it back in whatever all the way till now, like they've added so many mechanics into it that like usually like other games will make like a whole, like a single game, and they'll be like, this is the game and this is the game, whereas like WoW has collected it all into like one thing. It's such a huge game that you probably wouldn't be able to, like, I don't think you can complete it anymore just because of like legacy things, so I've never had a reason to. So I didn't really do consoles either. I'm learning now how to do consoles, but I'm so freaking bad at it, and so I'm trying to make all this content for like UFC EA, the game, right, like UFC 5, but it's just like, it's hard, right, like I don't have that automatic reaction with the whole finger thumb situation, so there will be that. I do try to do that. On like Saturdays or Sundays, on weekends, me and my friend, we do like a yappy talk kind of podcast thing. We're still sorting it out and like figuring out like layouts and shit like that, but we talk about UFC and WWE, and so for that I try to play UFC 5, and then he wants to play WWE, like whatever the equivalent game is, and then the other games I want to get into, like I want to get into like the hockey one and the F1 whatever, but again, it's like same console type things. So I am getting more into more games and stuff like that. It's just that historically it's been like hard to convince me to get into it. I do, in terms of like more active stuff, I do like to do PvP for UFC, and so, or not for UFC, for WoW. We are trying to get like a raiding party together or something like that to do more PvP stuff, because I do miss it. But I also like, I feel like I need to focus more in order to like actually play competitively. And so it's really hard for me at this point, because I'm just not used to it, to like both stream and play like very competitively. Not this is just me standing around, but like competitively in PvP. So I'll build up to that, but again, this is this is gonna be my job now. I'm sure that like, you know, over the next few years I'll learn, and you know, I'm prepared to look like an idiot doing that. It'll just be super fun and super embarrassing. That's okay. It's the career I've chosen. and I love it. Like, I do love it. It's just 90% of it is like, you're doing something stupid and you're like, this is my job now. This is it. I'm doing this to myself. Why? But it's worth it. It's worth it. Still haven't, have you guys noticed that I still haven't checked what fight they're on? Fuck. I have to not swear. Kachatarian versus Mamedov, is that right? I think so. They are, yeah, on the first fight of the card. Again, it's streaming on, also on Kick, well, for hype fighting, if you guys want to keep eyes on that. I'm also here to, like, I was thinking about it today when I was, like, going in, because I was just like, I don't know if I should put, like, my Twitch or, like, their Twitch or blah, blah, blah. So I think for now, I'm also mostly literally just promoting them, like, whoever is fighting, like, my job is to just, like, make it known to my little, like, group of people that I stream to. But it's a nice time. Thank you for everybody that's joined, though. I really appreciate you guys. This is exciting. It's cool because, like, every time I'm on, something new happens, and I, like, hold that for, like, a really long time. Like, it's really exciting. I'm like, there's, you know, there's shit and stuff like that, but, oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, not gonna lie, so some of it was, like, to just, I guess, like, a lot of it is, like, not to appease, but, like, it's, like, some of it is just content, not for my partner, that sounds weird, but, like, just to make him laugh or whatever. which I think is always fun. So some of it is really, really cheesy, but that's the explanation behind that. He's also a big like fight fan and stuff like that, so it's fine. Sometimes you do really cringy shit for your the people you love. But thank you, I appreciate that. Oh, thank you. You're so nice. That's lovely. Yeah, it's fun. It's cool. I really like I've been struggling with the whole like picture thing because like I know that taking photos of yourself and selfies and like all this other stuff is like a really important part of like you know, whether it's streaming or influencing or any of that jazz. I was gonna call it crap. I'm trying not to swear as much. But I'm naturally like not really like into the whole like taking photos of yourself and shit, which is like a weird thing to say considering I'm on camera right now. But I'm trying to get more into it and stuff because it's such a huge piece. Originally, actually, that was the whole reason I established my Instagram. If you scroll all the way to the bottom, you will actually see the pictures I put on there in order to stream the first time, which was in 2019. Yeah, and it was just like an array of those. So I'm trying to get that more, but the past year has definitely been like, or the past like few years has definitely been more of like an artistic expression, and then as it goes. But yeah, follow along. Instagram is definitely my like the place where I like I'll actually use it during the day and stuff like that. Like I don't use my other platforms or whatever. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate you. This is why it's nice to Kick is nice because you get to actually talk to people. Like Twitch is just silent. Are you doing anything? Did you have any fun experiences over the winter holiday? I keep calling it winter holiday. It's just because people take their holiday break at this time. But hopefully everyone's having a good winter holiday. Hopefully you're having a good winter holiday. Exciting adventures. For New Year's, I'm going to be streaming, so it'll be fun. Oh boy. I really definitely thought that bare knuckle boxing was gonna have way more, I guess way more blood, but I just kind of thought it was gonna be, they have a lot of blood here, but I thought it was gonna be like a lot more, like injuries, I think is the word. That was good. Yeah, I think I just need to learn how boxing works because it's not landing very well. But it's cool. It's very cool. I really like it. Yeah, I think cuz I was expecting like an MMA 5. I don't know what I was expecting from it. But it's not as terrible as I thought it was going to be. I was worried about bare knuckles. That was fairly impressive. Interesting. They're really trying to push boxing though. I don't know how I feel about it. That's fine. One sec, friend. Oh no! Oh no! Do 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 do. Do 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 do. It was nice to talk to you too. Thank you. I appreciate you deeply, and thank you for being in the chat. You're lovely. I hope you enjoy your day. You're wonderful, and it's nice to Instagram, I guess. Thank you. Do 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 do. That's so lovely. People are wonderful. I do really think that people are wonderful. I think that, you know, just like people, sometimes people are, you know, young or hurt or whatever, other lonely, you know, etc. But I do think people are lovely, just in general. I think everybody has the capacity to be lovely. Some of us don't have, like, you know, certain parts of our brains that, you know, give us empathy or whatever. But I think people are lovely. He's like, you can't do this. MMA series is one that I miss. Definitely missing MMA series. Missing hockey too. Winter break is oh so long, but also oh so necessary. It's nice to take a break, I think, from four fighters and all that stuff. For sure. Girls are lovely. So cute. Definitely makes me want to go build a snowman or something. There's like this very like Christmas like attitude outside. Did he knock him out? Ooh. Yeah, I fucked up. No. $228,000 people watching. That's incredible. See? So proud of them. I think they're finally starting to get up to I think they're finally starting to get up to the Shara and whatever fight. Very excited for the the BJJ though. Do, do. Ooh, ooh. It is like a lot of people, and the shows are all sold out, which is really cool too. They're just like selling out whole auditoriums. Oh yes, this is the first fight of the main card. That's the other thing too, is I feel like it takes so long to get through them. Like we're just, it's also because I choose to start streaming at like the early prelims and then up like 5 hours later. I remember that one day it was like MMA, like 8 MMA series or whatever, and we did like a 6-hour stream for the, oh my god, I almost died. You're like, I'm having so much fun, but I also this is taking so long. I appreciate that. Ooh. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, he's like crying. He's like, I'm a goose. I didn't listen to mom. I'm gonna cry. Oh. I'm gonna cry. That's so, it's so cute. Racism makes me so upset. Ugh! No baby deserves that. A wonderful man. Boobies. They're all just such good boys. They really are, and they're trying so hard, right? Like, they give so much. Fighters in general, you know, but like fighters in Dagestan have like a very soft spot in my heart. Yeah, no, I love them. They try really, like, they try and they do really hard, and they train really hard, and they have very good like hearts. And again, it just kind of reminds us that, like, even when you, not like when you have nothing, because it's not like, oh, you know, you have nothing or whatever. It's more about just like the lifestyle of, and it's not that like it's definitely like a middle ground between like history and lifestyle, right? Where like, because again they like have stuff and whatever. It's just like but a big part of like mountain culture. I don't want to just say Dagestan because it's like mountain, or you'll find it in the mountains or rural spaces or wherever, or like sometimes you find it in cities, but cities tend to be a little materialistic spaces where, like, you know, especially if you're the like word is not coming into my brain, but like you want that lifestyle where you have nothing. There's a lot of like religions and shit that do that, where they just like give away all your things to like whatever, and you'll see it in their stories sometimes where like they'll go off into the middle of the mountain on horses, and it's like a bunch of them, and they'll like make shashlik or whatever. But it's this like practice of like connecting to nature and seeing that like you have more than enough in nature. Look how pretty these flowers are. I mean, why would you play any other game? Look. So anyways, a lot of them are coming from these spaces where you like, you know, culturally kind of try not to, you appreciate nature over materialistic things, but then also some of them are coming from kind of like lower socioeconomic spaces or demographics or whatever. And so again, that fight is like for survival in life and whatever, and they maintain, like a lot of them, you know, maintain a very like high moral standard of living, even if they're coming from you know, socioeconomic experiences that are, you know, like no, I don't want to say encourage or whatever, but just like systemically you end up, you know, doing this or that or the other. My comparison of it in North America and kind of seeing similar situations, not all, but some people, like, you know, take the pain that they've been through or like the hardship that they've been through, or especially if they're born into hardship, they take it and they kind of like, it jades them, and like they kind of turn into assholes, or they use it as, it's like toxic entitlement or whatever, where like they use the shitty thing that happened to them or like the shitty circumstance or whatever as like a reason to be like dickheads or whatever. But a lot of fighters that I'm kind of pointing out like that do that. Just Abu Mamedov, right? Like they're coming from this whole experience, and just still there's so much gratitude towards your community and everybody that like supports you. And I don't see, you still see it in North America, but not to the same like personal extent, I think. Or maybe I just haven't seen it in the same way or whatever, or maybe I'm just heavily biased. Look at all these beards. Probably the second, to be honest. I don't know, I'm just yapping, but yeah. Sophie, you've seen my embarrassing man post. Yeah. They sure are. Listen, the things we do for boys. Okay. You gotta put the effort in sometimes, and like they won't admit it, but like they love that shit. They love it when you're like, yeah, you make them stupid little cards or something, or like whatever, the right man, you know, like there's a lot of like guys out there that are chicks, but it's such a good way to test too, if like a dude really likes you or something, is just give him some stupid ass thing that you created. Yeah, and see how he reacts. What can I say? You know, it's fun. It's really fun. It's fun for me too. And I like sometimes I'll make it as cheesy as possible. Any of my like NHL announcements. So cheesy, it was so bad. There's this one reel that I made where it was like it's me and my girlfriend and I made her wear a box on her head, and it's so badly edited because I was like a lot of my content is also me like just like learning the tools and stuff. I don't know if you guys know this, but the Instagram application that you use when you're a creator versus when you're just like a TM regular like civilian user, like the OG base Instagram that you're given when you just like log in and have an account, different like tools, right? They actually give you a bunch more when you like sign up and do all your shit, like you fill out your forms and I swear I'm trying to stop swearing, I promise, I'm trying really hard. When you fill out all your stuff, they actually give you like new buttons and like new functionality, and they give you all these like different pieces and stuff, and so it actually takes, that's why like it takes like several years to like get to your, if you're doing like influencing or streaming or whatever, it takes several years to get there because you're just learning so many new tools, and a lot of the times you essentially end up being like a programmer or like a, you know, social media marketer or blah 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 blah, you know, like a tech person, because you have to learn so much tech shit. I forgot where I was going with it. Whatever. Anyways, I have to pee, so I can't think when I need to pee. Oh yeah, so I had to like learn a bunch of stuff, and part of that was using like all the different tools and stuff, and I was like, what better way to learn than to make this? No. At least someone got a laugh out of it. I've really missed UFC though. Ooh. Ostratochene. How is that even a word? Such a ridiculous word. Very exciting. It's just like it's weird too because they keep on having issues like after the fight. Why, bro? was I doing? It would be so nice if I had somebody, again, that does, not does, but like, just, I can't wait until we have like a consistent person that's in there that can be like, your shit's off, or like your sound is off, or like the this is what you were talking about. What was I doing? What was I doing? I don't know how I'm gonna handle that though. That's the other thing too, is like having like a bunch of people in chat. I feel like it's definitely something that I've like observed like passively. Like other people do a lot of the stuff that I've learned in terms of like streaming and social medias and all that other stuff absolutely comes from just like previous like influencers that I've like worked with and was friends with and whatever. Observed, I guess. So I don't know. I forgot. What was I doing? I don't remember. I'm gonna go use the bathroom because I am not capable of focusing without that. So I will BRB friends. It's also because I didn't get to do Russian rap. I obviously did American rap growing up. But I wasn't exposed to Russian rap at all, so I'm like, I have this whole trove coming out now that I'm like, this is great. You know? It would have been really problematic if I grew up over there. Probably, maybe, I don't know, who knows. Probably would have been a really good. I'm a good girl. That's the other thing I think is always really cool, is that they also make them get like a masters in something, like in sport. Like they make them study sport as they do sport. I always thought that was really cool, because then you come out of like doing the fighty thing with some sort of education and some sort of or some sort of good certifications or something. Etika. Do 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 do. Ibrahim Islamov versus Timur Abdurrahmanov. Feels like the main card is definitely a lot more official than the prelims were. I can't believe it's 3 o'clock. That's insane. When did it become 3? Yeah, we've been live for like 3.5 hours. This is a little bit insane. I guess we did start streaming at 12, right?
This is what I mean. I sent a text message yesterday. I was just like, I swear to God, if this is gonna be 5 hours of bare knuckles, and what is it? 5 hours of bare knuckles. I should have known. I should know better by this point. But also, I don't mind it. I don't know. I think about the like fight stuff because we're obviously going into this new year, and I'm figuring out
How I would like to be streaming, and also, you know, weigh in, guys, on the. This will be on YouTube, but or wherever you can find me. Do feel free. Just kind of figuring out how much of each I want to do, but I'll probably end up just live streaming for every event because it's fun. Maybe we'll do like a reaction thing or something. I like to make content and then see what happens. Right. I really gotta learn how boxing works. Is it like you get time? I don't know. They really be doing a lot of boxing stuff right now. I know they're promoting it. I personally don't have that feeling. I'm sure I can develop it, and I'm sure I will. But I don't specifically like seeing people get hit in the head with hands, because CTE is a thing. So it stresses me out. Yeah. But I'm sure I'll get into it. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I'm so yawny now. I should make more tea is what I should do. I'm very excited to come back for hockey as well too. Although must be hard too, though, to be like, nah, I'm done. Ugh, boxing. Ouch. They're like, let's get this camera directly in your face now. Perfect. Nice. Ugh. I'm like, should I take a break? A nap is what I want. I see. Very cool. Oh. My goodness. I get so cold too. I don't know what it is. It's everybody's favorite thing. They're like, don't you come from a cold place? I'm like, yeah, well, clearly I didn't develop that trait. Although I have noticed if you like deep breathe, then you get the cold inside your ear, lungs, and then the rest of your body adjusts to it, but it's like uncomfortable and stuff like that. So, I don't know. Oh. Oh. They're all like talking about their moms. It's so cute. Please give Shara an Arman. It's a little gross that they have to jujitsu on the mat that's just covered in blood from a bare knuckle situation, but that's okay. They're fighters. Irlandi. Is it Connor? Are they gonna do like a music thing between each fight? This is very showy, like showmanshipy. Very interesting. It is Connor. Great. See, steak. I don't know. We'll see how this goes. Woo. Strange that he didn't just come in person though. Or whatever. I'm not gonna.
It's fine. Whatever makes them happy. I keep yawning so bad. I'm so sleepy. My sleep has been super off. It's been really weird. That flashing, I'm gonna have to do something about it, but it's literally just because when I switch things, then you have to, do a thing. Look how pretty that is. There we go.
I'm also just trying to do like a bunch of pretty views.
like these ones. There's like other ones in the different in the mountains and stuff that you climb. And they have little like teachings or whatever. It's really cute.
Do 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 do. Amerikan Aviv versus Kunst. Oh.
What? Bender Shakopian versus Amerikan Aviv? But I thought that that was supposed to be the... Oh, this is Nico. But he punched him like after they were supposed to be on time. This is the co-main event, I believe. I'm a little confused as to their structuring, to be entirely honest, but like that's fine.
That's okay. Oh my god, I'm so sorry about all the yawning. Yeah, this is it. So this is the last bare knuckle fight. Holy butts, man. They say pashochin'a, but like that's a whole ass fist, bro. I see. It's not as fun. It would be much more fun if this was MMA, not I get it. I get it now. I understand what it is now. So there's no, that was my concern, was I was just like, but if you, I have to every time I say grapple, I half want to say grapple, and then it's just not. I feel like if you were to grapple and to like get him on the ground and do the whole like one, no like hand protection, I feel like like if you're grounding and pounding, right, like stuff like that would be like a lot more bloody, which is what I was like thinking about, and I'm not like expecting, but I was like, hopefully it's not that. This is fine. This is fine. because I also think about just like sport as a whole, like, and like as a promotional thing, that like, you know, that's the whole reason why we want to make sure that like our sports are safe and stuff, because if you like promote it to, again, you know, like kids or like anyone under like the age of 18 or under the age of 27, I think, but again, I have very conservative views on that, like child, like development of a human, right, is takes a long time. But so it's like, do we want to encourage, you know, like minors to be like fighting? We don't, because, or like you do if it's fighting safely, but like I don't think that you should, I personally don't think that you should like fuck with their heads before they've even had an opportunity to develop, because you never know, that person might have been like, you know, destined to save cancer, and you're like, nah, just go into the gym and get hit a bunch of times in the head, it'll be fine, it won't. So shit like jujitsu, and but then again, like I've had several like whiplash, you know, situations with JJ, so you know, but like it's easier to be careful, or like to, it's a much less like contacty situation, or more contacty but less like whatever the term is. Yeah. So that's the only kind of concern and think that I have when it comes to like promotion of like bare knuckle boxing or whatever, or like you wouldn't want them doing it like at school, but then again also there's like WWE like slams and stuff like that, so yeah, it's a bit of both. I think it's just the female in me that's concerned. The human.
You guys see, it's a joke. It is joke. It is joke. Break in progress.
Jeez. My god, look at his eye. They look really cool though. Crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, or like kicking, you know? I don't know. Whatever. I don't know, maybe it's like bare knuckles is like very much associated with like just like street fighting for me or something like that. Or I was just like expecting like some pretty brutal, questionable things, but that's clearly not happening. I was overreacting. I take it back. Not ill. I'm so excited to be back for another 2.5 hours tonight. That's okay. I'll have a fun time. You can do it, pals. Keep going. Round 3. Wow, that's impressive. Oh, Jesus. I don't know. My phone's dying. Look at them, they're just covered in blood, dude. It's crazy. Why would you wear white? I kid. My butt gets hurt. I'm just tired from sitting. Especially, this is not bad, but 6 or 7 hours? Ugh. You're like... She's so pretty. $298 or almost 99, I guess 300k watching. That's exciting. That's really exciting, actually. That's like a pretty huge market. Also, I think it's nice that you have streaming now because you can literally see what your market size is, right? Like, you can just check, be like, ah, there it is. Oh boy. He definitely deserved that one. For sure. Dandrush? Yeah. He did, yeah, that was a really good fight. He did really well, and he was also very respectful with his opponent, so... Yeah, see, a lot of them, like, bring up just, you know, being men or being warriors. Like, being a warrior is a really, I think that's the piece I was, like, missing in that, yeah. Like, being a warrior is very important, to a lot of these, countries. And also, like, it's just, like, it's just really important in your, like, mythology of the person that you are, as to like how that motivates you throughout life. A lot of this is like also just based on like stories and shit that we were told as kids, right? Like it's the same like Brothers Grimm, like whatever, or like Pushkin or whatever. So it's like a, you know, a big piece of culture, but also a big piece of personal mythology to like follow. And I think that for a lot of people, it's like a huge part of like motivating and like, you know, who you are and like what you do, but also just like you know, yeah, who you are and what you do, but also just like when you have like nothing or whatever. For me, like for example, like, you know, that internal mythology, mine's obviously slightly different, but not that different, right? Like it drives you to do the things that you do when you like, especially if you're like at the bottom or something like that, and you only have your like personal mythology, not that I'm or whatever, you know, when you don't have anything else to fall back onto, then you have your like personal mythology to fall back onto, and a lot of it like has to do with this like, you know, warrior mentality, blah 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 blah. You know, you are the person that like can or can't save like your own, you know, protect your own community or whatever. It's not about whether you can or can't, it's about like you have to, and like you're kind of the only one that's gonna do it, and if it's not you, then nobody. And so, but in, you know, especially the caucus, that's been very that feeling is very present because of, you know, more or less recent history and more or less recent history, not so much socioeconomic, but like how that affects obviously like war and stuff, how that affects all those things, but just in general there's like a legitimate contrast, or like not legitimate, but like a real world contrast to that within recent history for them. So it's very fused with identity, but also just like fused with like identity from the region in general. Like it's you know, you're raised to be a warrior, and it's fun, it's nice, it's good. I think it's a really good way to, I think in America we have this issue where like we're struggling to like motivate our younger population, right? I mean, not like as a country, I think that North America struggles to I think it's just like a blind spot that they're experiencing, and also like the blind spot is there for like many different reasons because of like, you know, the progression of America and stuff, but they don't have this like I don't know how to explain it. It's like a centralized spirit or like a whatever, where like, you know, like warrior spirit, like it's a very basic like mythology kind of. It's not basic how it gets into you like in these spaces. It's a lot of like I know it because I went through it and like I've seen it. I know the books, right? It kind of you gather it through your culture and your traditions and your stuff and things. I feel like Europe has it too, right? Where like they have a like Brothers Grimm is like a big thing. What's the other one? I'm trying to think of like the English like fairy tales and stuff, but it's like there's not a, you have to have like a centralized and like, you know, like a very similar mythology kind of thing, and there is a lot of shared mythology between a lot of like these regions, like the bottom border kind of regions. I gotta learn all the names for all the different borders. That's probably, there's a map over there, there's a map above my thing, that's what I look at. But yeah, I study stories also. Like I'm very interested in like the way that like stories and storytelling like affects us and affects our like, you know, cultures and traditions, but also the development of like cultures and or like populations and cultures, and then that like eventually develops into like kind of historical context and stuff like that. But there's a fairly unified like theme within the kind of the like, you know, mythological foundation within certain regions. And I find that that like impacts the way that they obviously approach the world and do stuff. I'm just trying to think of like what the difference is there between like, you know, specifically Caucasus versus Europe, or specifically that like South Asia, that's not the right word, I don't know,
I gotta figure out my regions before I yap about it, because I feel like I'm gonna misname regions.
That's like a thing I was working on recently, where I was like, I know all the stories, and I'm like, I cannot put most of them on a map. I should, though. I should be able to put them on a map.
Like, as a scientist, or as like a professional yapper, like I have more work to do. So much. I've been trying to learn, like, basically go through because again, so I used to like hate like history. I used to hate anthropology, the one class of it I took in school, in like high school. It's called high school here, but like junior high or whatever, the school that you take before university official, the school that you take when you're like a baby, and then you have your like university, college, depending where you are, you call it different things. But when I was in junior high, I took one class and it was called like sociology, anthropology, and psychology. I hated it. And I also like I never liked psych stuff, because ever since I was like a kid, I kind of thought that every single person that tries to teach you psychology usually has like their own interpretation of it, which makes sense because we all have like our own brains, and so we kind of filter psychology through whatever understanding of our own brains that we have, as I'm doing right now. And so anytime, especially if it was like this like dude that was like very sure about himself, I would struggle so hard to be like, yeah, you're right, because the guy before you said like the same words, like they teach the same theories or whatever. And also like we have to remember that all like people contribute shit to science, but it's not necessarily always like they can contribute like a sentence or like a concept or like a study or like whatever. That doesn't mean that like everything they have to offer is true, right? Like there's some pretty crazy people out there that have like done some useful shit for technological development. I love her dress, so nice. See, showcasing fashion. I totally forgot what I was saying. Anyways, I really did. I have no idea. I'll probably remember in a minute. I got distracted by this woman. I apologize. Oh yes, they're doing it. It's time. Okay. Heck yeah. Also, what is her name? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I just have no idea how they're gonna do this. Wow, very serious looking. No, put it back. Put it back. I don't know if you guys know, but I love Core's gym so much. Hurry up. No, put it back. So gay. I'm so sorry. I'm so gay. I'm just so proud of him. I'm proud of him. I'm proud of their whole entire team. Like, I'm just... Well, I'm proud of anybody that fights. Just putting that out there. Absolutely. But I do have a special place in my heart for certain Eurasian camps. Not... I don't have favorites, guys. Relax. I think they're all doing like different things in... I'm just trying to see who's in that crowd. Sorry, super distracting. Oh, bub. Sweet boy.
I think they all, like, the different gyms are all doing. It's like, did he have surgery? What the fuck? No. They're all doing like different promotions, and so they're all contributing like very different talents and stuff to the world of fighting in Eurasia. And so that, but also I just by definition would not have a specifically favorite. I'm very excited to see Arman. Also, so again, I was talking about how like we should like fight people, like leaders of countries and shit like that. That's another reason why I'm absolutely appreciating this. Like, Armin's the son of a billionaire. Like, he doesn't have to be doing this at all, but the fact that he's choosing to, again, we'll see how it continues to go, because I feel like this is developing into something new as we go along. But I do like what he's doing. I do like that he's opening up that conversation, and I think that people within these positions have the opportunity to, like, specifically people in privileged positions, have this very, like, unique opportunity that's only unique to them, right? To use your position to put yourself into a space where you can open conversations, and by being there, or like, you know, your present, like the monarchy, like, will go into different places, and their job is to like position themselves so that like that event becomes more impactful or more important or more like notable or whatever. The event itself doesn't have to be good or bad, like you kind of get to choose, but the presence of a person within, you know, like the royal crown, or influencers, right? They do the same thing. Like, some people are like anti-monarchy, whatever, but like we tend to compete as humans naturally, right? So we're always going to have some sort of competition happening, and somebody's going to be winning that competition, right? We can't have a world with like no competition. So whether that's through monarchy and through like, you know, historic familial wealth or whatever, or whether that's through straight up competition, we're going to have these people that are going to amass either money or power or whatever. Those people that do amass that stuff and that sit in those positions are in a very like unique position to show like the people that are not sitting in that position, or like the rest of, you know, community. And I think it is becomes your responsibility within that. Once you achieve any amount of whatever, it just kind of grows equally, right? To participate in this, because it allows for these conversations to happen where, like, you know, the stuff that Shara said, and although that's like part of the experience, but it's also part of his experience, right? And it's also part of a lot of people's experience. So doing this allows for that conversation to even occur. If Arman wasn't even participating, it'd be a very one-sided conversation. So, but yeah, this is it. They're gonna start super distracted now. Round 1. When did they start? This is not fair. Jiu-jitsu. Arman just won. ACA BJJ 20, I believe. He won the belt for it. Just on the 17th. 368,000 people watching. This has been great. I don't remember what I was gonna do. As always. Jeez. Middleweight and what? Oh yeah, what is their weight categories? Oh, because Arman's in the lightweight division. I see. Okay. Well. We'll see what happens. I just wonder. Well, I guess if they've technically weighed in at the same category, that's fine. But Shara's definitely bigger for sure. Now that I see it. See what I mean though? Like, boys will make an effort to make it fair. It's cute. Be like, I'm gonna drop these 3 pounds. It's good. It's cute. It's good. Not that shoes and a t-shirt is gonna help you fight, but you know, whatever. Winning the BJJ time. You can do it, boys. Whoever. I have a favorite, like, fighter technically here, but I don't have, like, a one or the other. I would, whatever, I'd love both of these fighters almost equally. And the reason for almost is just because, like, when I originally came to doing all this internet stuff, this camp was, like, originally the, you know, the camp that I was, like, but, like, you know, same for Arman. They're all from the same. Is it Noitidevny, I guess. That's the word. Oh yeah, because they're fighting in a. They're fighting in like a octagon ring, not an octagon, like not a caged fight. So weird seeing them in this situation. So different. I agree. I think that he should buy Shara a house in Yerevan anyways. Do it. Do it. That was very impressive. Holy. Wow. That was deeply impressive. He like picked him up. Arman picked Shara up and like threw him on the ground. But again, that's really impressive because Arman's several weight categories lighter than Shara. Again, Shara went down, but like still. It's impressive. This is impressive. I couldn't do that for sure. Oh god, I have to exercise, and I will bitch and cry about the fact this is the 5th time I'm trying to do this. This is not working, guys. Jeez. Ugh, ADHD. I struggle to squat. I cry when I squat for too long. I don't even squat. Like, it's just, you know. Shit like this, I'll have like a day sometimes where I'm like emotions. What was that? Is that round 1? What happened? They really have to announce better. They have to, like, I should also work on that too, where like you're supposed to be a lot more like descriptive of what's happening, which they are. They're doing like good commentary, but like sometimes it's also not I guess not as smooth as UFC and stuff. But I think that you learn that, like, now doing it myself and like doing the streaming shit and all that stuff. I think that you learn it through trial and error, where you're like, you know, either chat tells you or like you're like, oh okay, like, you know, I need to have like a segment to talk about, or like I need to make sure that I'm like descriptive about like what we're watching or what we're doing. What are they doing? But I'm so confused. Why is it done? What? That's terrible. Oh, that's terrible. We're gonna have to rewatch that. Hold on. Is it just one? No. Wait, hold on. $29, $28. Oh, that's stupid. So we've just watched 4.5 hours of bare knuckle boxing. I said 5 hours, did I not? I said 5 hours. Is it gonna be 5 hours of bare knuckles? I'm not mad, you're mad. Oh, Jesus. It's shit like this, though. I was like, should I say it? Should I not say it? I'm constantly going through the, like, because here commentary is fine, but then I'm just like, I'm also making this commentary over there as like a Are they live now? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I will take that for sure. He says he wants a, like,
that Hamza? Hold on. Zoom in. Motherfuckers. Is that Arman's brother? Does he have a brother? He must have a brother. That was dumb. That was super dumb. I'm also surprised that UFC's letting some of these fighters fight in other promotions, which makes me wonder whether, again, I'm like, I don't know if I should say it or not. Makes me wonder if it's real or not sometimes. Because I don't know what the UFC contracts are, but recently there's been a bunch of, like, purchases, right? Like Paramount and whatever. And so part of me is like, maybe they're also, because Stake is involved in, like, all this other stuff, Kick, obviously. So my wonder is that, like, maybe they're rewriting contracts, and so some of them are allowed to work together, maybe some of them are not. It would make sense if you're, like redistributing how, because they're doing a lot of these shows, again, like iterations of shows. I'm sure they were doing them before, but now it's, like, a lot more, maybe I've just joined, and so I'm like, but it's not, but a lot more, like, public and available, and you can have a much bigger audience, right? Like, you can fight however many people and, like, have however many people in the physical event and stuff, but, like, you know, there's still 300,000 people watching right now, significantly more than that stadium could even hold, right? So because there's more people doing that, and also there's, like Formula One will travel year-round, all around the world, to different locations to do their stuff, and so UFC is also now doing that. They have been for, like, a very long time doing it in different locations and different whatever, but I feel like they're kind of expanding on that and trying to, wherever they're going, like, make a, you know, if you go into Canada, you're fighting all the Canadian fighters. When you go down to Brazil, like, you're doing all, you know, wherever you go, you do the, like, people and stuff that fight there. Again, there's, like, this opportunity for, like, a cultural representation, or, like, even a fashion kind of thing. So I think that maybe they're gonna rewrite the rules of, like, which promotions they can fight in and how, but I'm sure that also it, like, affects their, like, record too of fight record. I gotta figure that out. I gotta figure out how all this works. I don't know, but I feel like if I do too much figuring out, I'm gonna end up it's gonna be like, I'm gonna end up working for the sports industry, but then I'm like, we're here, you know, like, for the commissions and shit. I'm very, because I like systems and I like structures, and I do really much like yeah, I'm a big systems person. So it's like, what do you do in systems? I was thinking about this with Formula, and I was like, my ass is gonna end up in the FIA. Like, don't. So I want to learn, but yeah, no. I don't know. I'm just yapping. Oh, look, they have Nowy Kwartiere. How cute. Do 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 do.
I'm just gonna wait for this live to finish. I think it's probably done,
To be honest, well, you gotta look way happier.
and then we'll go. That was silly. I have to put this down before I keep trying to do something that I can't do.
That's why is there so many people?
That's so cute. Also, they're swearing. That's adorable. See, I should swear. Maybe I should swear in Russian. That would be better.
Because you can also have the reverse, right? Where, like, you have, you know, you can fully speak the language if you swear, but you can also fully speak the language if you don't swear, but use swear words that are like the replacement swear words for the actual swear words. I think that's incredible. Like, I think the fact that the language is so broad that you could do that is like very cool. And I'm not saying like it's hard to make an example in Russian or in English, but it's like there's the same way that like sklanenia, you can it's like a certain ending that you add to the word to make it like, you know, you're talking to a female, you're talking to a man, or you're talking in third person or whatever to a crowd. This guy is a great announcer. I gotta figure out who he is. Oh, there we go. Kiwi TVD. Talvadze. So stupid. Ah! A draw is not what I wanted here. This guy. Oh, I'm following him already. Cool. He's a great announcer. Yeah, whatever I was saying. I don't remember what it was now. It's fine. But Riha. Okay. Friends and loved ones, thank you for joining. I appreciate you all. Thank you for watching. Thank you everybody who watched the actual fights too. Yeehaw. Exciting times. Happy holidays. Happy exciting whatever. I'll be back tonight. Most likely, unless I'm just like absolutely not up for it, at 10 o'clock, because it's at 10 o'clock at night tonight, so it's like, although I should see, I'm pretty sure it's 10 o'clock my time. I don't know why you would ever start a game so late, like it's unhinged, but whatever, unless they're like on the west coast or something, which actually they might be in Seattle. That would make more sense. That's happening today. On the 31st, which is tomorrow, they're gonna be fighting at 9:30, so I'm pretty sure we're gonna do New Year's here. So for anybody that wants to join that, because you for some reason have nothing else to do, feel free to. I love you all, and GG. Congratulations, Shara and Arman, on your tie. Lots of socially distanced hugs. Okay, bye guys. I love you.